with Dragon, connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. We did get good confirmation that power is flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Next, we'll be proceeding with some of the communications checks. The big loop established on the C2V2 Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle through some of the last legs of the rendezvous and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. We'll switch that over to hardline communications, testing that out here shortly. We're going to get some good views of station today. You see Chris Cassidy working inside Node 2. Just on the other side is the hatch. That hatch is separating between the International Space Station and the pressurized mating adapter. One more hatch to go after that. That hatch opens up to the Dragon hatch with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side. Just surrounding Chris Cassidy from this view, you can see a series of cameras. We're going to get some great views from Node 2 there on the left, a couple high-definition cameras. On the right, a 360 VR camera. Part of an initiative to engage viewers and provide views that from the International Space Station that have never been seen before. We'll get to see some of those 360-degree views later after they're configured and stitched on the ground, now being recorded during this historic moment today, May 31st, 2020.
Affirmative, we are on the same page. Those steps in the execution note are all that's needed.
In work.
You're getting a live look at Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station. Just in front of him is that 360-degree camera. He's got cameras situated all over Node 2, pointing right towards that hatch. On the other side, we'll be welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley after pressurization of the vestibule, and we'll start beginning hatch opening after that.
Yeah, we copy MPEV open, Chris.
Another handover of communication from the tracking and data relay satellites, providing video and audio communication from the International Space Station, now integrated with the Dragon power. Still looking towards some of those hard-line communication checks. Again, we'll lose communication intermittently as the International Space Station flies 269 statute miles.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We're go for open on the Node 2 forward hatch.
Regaining some of that video from International Space Station, Chris Cassidy given the go to open that Node 2 forward hatch. Again, he opened it a little bit earlier today to allow some of the station air to mix into the pressurized mating adapter. There it is. Now again, there's a few more hatches to open until we are able to welcome Bob and Doug aboard the International Space Station. You're looking through the hatch into the pressurized mating adapter. There's another hatch down there through the pressurized mating adapter that opens up to the International Docking Adapter.
Houston at 3. Hey, Josh. There was zero on DPDT, and the Node 2 forward hatch is open.
And Chris, we copy Node 2 forward hatch open. We concur your go for the next yellow activity. That's your 1515 activity. It's step 2 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through hatch opening. Basically, you're going to cycle the 8-pass equalization valve.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. If desired, reference procedure 4.400 to monitor vestibule pressurization.
And copies. Small.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. For 4.012, we've completed up to Section 5, and we've got a timer started for 1 hour.
Copy. Completed through Section 5, and your suits are drying, and you have started a timer for 1 hour. With that, do we have your permission to come back on board?
Get you back on board.
We copy. We are go to come back on board. And with that, you are go to perform sections 1 through 3 of 4.400. We do recommend deferring your step 2.1 for the waste system flush until closer to hatch opening. In section 3, as you are performing your inventory, please collect all your food and water bottle trash and consolidate it into the 2 trash bags within their common bags in location 18. You will transfer the plastic bags containing this trash to ISS for disposal during a scheduled activity after ISS ingress. And do note that you are welcome to defer this inventory until after you eat your meal that is scheduled for right about now.
Okay, Anna, if you could give us 5 minutes before you guys come back on board, we do have some clothing config to complete. Understand we've got to go for sections 1, 2, and 3 of 4.400, and we will consolidate our trash into the bags provided in location 18. And we'll defer the docked waste configuration, section 2 of 4.400, until it gets closer to hatch opening.
Station, we copy 1507.
We copy, and we will wait 5 minutes before coming on board, and we'll check with you before we do so if we don't hear from you first.
Copy, ready.
Thanks, Anna.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're listening to crews on board the International Space Station and Dragon prepare for opening the hatch. You're seeing Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station already opened the hatch 2, the pressurized mating adapter just below that hatchway you see at the center of the screen here. On the other side of the hatch is the hatchway to the International docking adapter. On the other side of that, the recently docked Crew Dragon. Vestibule pressurization is underway. This will equalize the pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once it does come up to pressurization, it will take some time to equalize that pressure because of the temperature difference in the vestibule. Just take some time to stabilize.
Dragon, Endeavor, it's Houston. Calling you on hardline now for a voice check. How do you read? Endeavor, it's Houston calling. Space to ground 2 via hardline now for a voice check. Do you read?
Houston, Cleveland. Dragon FM voice check. How the leaders counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125. Houston station, space to ground 2.
And Station Houston on 2, Anatoly, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to swap a couple minor things here and try Dragon again. We're just still trying to get calm with Dragon. Stand by 1.
Dragon again. Dragon FM voice check. How the leaders counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125.
And Station Houston on 2. Everybody, we'll just stand by for a few minutes. We're going to try to raise Dragon by another means. Stand by. And Endeavor, it's Houston calling on Dragon to ground 1. We're trying to reach you via hardline. Just not sure if you're receiving it or not. Let us know at your convenience.
And Houston from Endeavor, we're hearing quite a bit of echo on the other loop that appears to be connected. It's unintelligible, but we do have you loud and clear on the Dragon to ground.
And Endeavor, Houston on Dragon to ground. Thanks for that. Very helpful. We'll take a look, and we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground as well. So we're gonna continue to work it and try to give you a call back in the next few minutes on hardline.
Endeavor copies. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston working through the steps to pressurize the vestibule. We did have confirmation that vestibule pressurization was underway. We do have power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon after it docked for a contact and capture at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 a.m. Eastern, just earlier this morning. A few other milestones to reach. We need good audio communication hard-lined through the umbilical where Dragon is currently docked on the other side of that hatch, providing now power, just making sure those hard-line communications are intact. Working through that as we count down towards the milestones of opening that hatch.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and in section 1 of 4.400, the tablet state of charge are 66 for Doug's and 32 for mine.
Copy 66 for Doug, 32 for Bob. And do we have your permission to come back on board with video now?
Yeah, go ahead and come on board. We just may have to take it down at some point, as you might imagine, but come on board.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Your convenience, but just an update on the comm status.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chris, you've probably been able to tell we've run into some minor issues trying to get hardline established, so we're working that here, and we're going to be reattempting the comm checks as soon as we think we're go. I'll give you a heads up on that. And then regarding stuff, just get aheads. I was going to pass along to do the teardown from steps 3 and 4 in the approach monitoring, but I just saw it go gray, so have you done that already?
Hold on just one second. Which one was that? Maybe I fat-fingered the wrong procedure.
Yeah, no, it's subtle. So it's in the execution note for Dragon approach monitoring, as we were monitoring Dragon earlier in the day. Down in the execution note are the teardown steps.
I'm here in the cupola right now. I'll take care of it. It's not gray, but momentarily will be.
Sounds good. And I'm also hearing on that we have done on the ground steps 1 through 4, so it's just 5 and 6 left for you in that teardown procedure.
Copy that. Flash on 3, steps 5 and 6 are complete in the teardown.
Copy, Chris. Thanks for that. And just about to hit the button and reattempt the hardline checks with Dragon.
Okay, copy.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling via hardline voice check. How do you read?
On station, say again.
And station standby, Endeavor. This is a call for Endeavor via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Houston, Endeavor, completely unreadable. It's skipping pretty badly.
And Endeavor, it's Houston on Dragon to ground. We heard your reply loud and clear. Understand we're still broken. We're working it. Thanks for the patience.
We got you, Josh. That's exactly the case. Thanks.
Dragon FM voice check. How do you read me? countdown 121, 122, 123, 124, 125.
And station on 2 for Anatoly. Anatoly, we're hearing you loud and clear in Houston. We seem to have an issue still with COM2 Dragon, so we'll just have you stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready to retry. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, call me on Space to Ground 1, please.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for a timeline tag up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, we're managing the collection of the used water bottles and other items as well as our meal, and just looking to understand a little bit better how closely we're to hatch opening or another timeline milestone. We're kind of running to the end of the tablet here with meal 5 that started about, 25 minutes ago or so, and so just wanting to understand how much time we've got in front of us.
In Dragon SpaceX, we estimate we are about an hour to Dragon hatch opening.
Copy that, Anna. Thanks for those words. It just helps us manage getting things done. And looks like you guys are on board. Welcome aboard, I guess, the integrated space station now, huh?
Indeed. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here.
Endeavor, Houston calling over hardline for a voice check. How do you read us now?
Houston or station from Endeavor. I'm not sure the location of that last call, but still quite a bit of skipping and unreadable.
And Endeavor, it's Houston, loud and clear on Dragon to ground. We heard your response, so we're in the same situation. We're hearing you, you're not hearing us. We have one more troubleshooting item that we're going to put in work now, so we'll give that a try and then maybe call it for the day. We'll let you know.
Endeavor copies. Thanks, Houston.
Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a final voice check. Do you have us now?
Houston, Dragon on the big loop, that was an improvement, but it's still completely unreadable.
And Endeavor, Houston, on Dragon to Ground 1, we're still hearing you 5x5. Understand it was slightly improved. Were you able to read me at all, or is it unuseful?
Yeah, it was a slight improvement, but it's still unintelligible, almost every word. There was maybe one word that you could have sort of figured out, but that was about it.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. First time, obviously, and we think we're running into some interference issues, but we'll continue to take a look.
We copy, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're tuning in to our coverage, you're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You're hearing a lot of communications from the International Space Station, both from the space station side over space to ground. NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, setting up for the hatch opening. You can see a series of cameras scattered around, ready to capture the best views of Bob and Doug coming through that hatch. We did get confirmation just shortly that we did have good pressurization of the vestibule. It'll be about 10 minutes to perform a series of leak checks. Again, that pressure needs to stabilize. The thermal conditions make it swing just a little bit, so just waiting for that to stabilize before those leak checks are finalized. That underway within the next 10 minutes. We do have communications settled in the hardline connection between International Space Station and Dragon. You can see from the inside of Dragon now, the crew doffed or took off their suits, just getting a few things packed up before they eventually open up the hatch after that pressurization is equalized between Space Station and Dragon.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling for a voice check over the big loop. We've retransitioned back to RF, so back to RF. How do you hear us?
Houston Dragon on the Houston Dragon on a big loop. Was that comm check for us?
Yeah, affirmative, Endeavor. It's Houston. We transitioned back to RF because we still had the interference over hardline, so we're back on RF now and just want to make sure we had you.
We've got you loud and clear on RF.
Loud and clear as well. We're just going to leave it here for now. Thank you.
Here's a live look from inside the Crew Dragon. You're seeing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley just preparing the inside of Dragon. They have doffed or taken off their suits. The pressurization between Space Station and Dragon is complete. They just need to perform some leak checks, make sure that pressure is stable before they actually open the hatch. Teams working together on the ground, International Space Station Flight Control Room and the Flight Control Room in Hawthorne to get that big loop communication configured so everyone can hear each other through this process, figured out a workaround using RF connection. This is Mission Control, Houston. If you're just joining us, you're getting a look inside the Crew Dragon. That was Bob Behnken seated on the right side, the pilot seat, or the Joint Operations Mission Commander seat for Demo-2. He and Doug Hurley, the commander of the spacecraft, just preparing the inside, putting away some trash. They just doffed their suits, and right now just waiting for the pressure to equalize between the International Space Station and Bob and Doug. Just two hatches, really, separating them from the inside of the orbiting complex. Aboard International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy has been outfitting Node 2. It's the first node. Once you cross over some of the hatchways, there it is. You can see some of the cameras positioned around to capture the crew coming in to the International Space Station. Much of that work completed at this point. Really, at this point, just waiting for good leak checks between Station and Dragon.
Station Huntsville, Space to Ground 3 for Chris on the ISS experience.
Right on 3.
Hey Chris, we're not seeing good connection between the SSC-25 and the camera. We're coming up on a handover, but they're looking for a reboot of SSC-25.
Reboot 25, copy.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for inventory.
I am here and ready to copy.
Okay, Anna, we'll start with location 9 from bag 203. We removed 3 water bottles.
Copy. 3 bottles removed from bag 203.
Good readback. From location 10, we removed bottles from each of bag 207, 208, so 6 water bottles in total.
And Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken on that call, but I think I copied 3 bottles from each bag 207 and 208. Is that correct?
That is a good readback, Anna.
I copy.
Okay. For location 11, 1 dinner from bag 317, 1 breakfast from bag 315, and 1 lunch from bag 316.
Yeah, there are several.
I copy 1 dinner from 317, 1 breakfast from 315, and 1 lunch from 316.
Folks are interested, but they're all everything that was taken has been sent down.
That's a good readback. And location 12, one dinner from bag 321, one breakfast from bag 319, and one lunch from bag 320.
I copy one dinner from 321, one breakfast from 319, one lunch from 310. And am I correct to conclude all of this includes your consumption from the lunch that you just completed?
That's correct, Anna. We've finished eating, and the lunch we just completed is a good, complete list of what I've read down to you so far. The only thing we have remaining is the flush of the waste system here, and we'll do that with a water bottle and report when we do that a little bit later.
Copy. That sounds like a perfect plan. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, that's the extent of our inventory. All else is per the packing plan.
Copy all else from per the packing plan.
This is Mission Control Houston. You've seen Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, do much of the setup, but he does have two crew members on board, both Russian cosmonauts. Next to him right now is Ivan Wagner, rookie space flyer that was on the same Soyuz spacecraft that Chris Cassidy launched on from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just a little more than a month ago. Also on board is Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin. This is Mission Control Houston. We are coming up on almost 2 hours since the Crew Dragon made contact and was captured by at the International Space Station's forward International Docking Adapter. That happened at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern. Still working through some of those milestones, equalizing the pressure between Dragon and International Space Station, verifying some of the communications, and of course you see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside, continuing to prepare the inside of their vessel before they make their way inside the orbiting complex.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Do you mind taking the cameras down for just a few minutes here?
We will put that in work and let you know when it's done.
This is Mission Control Houston. You heard the call from Bob Behnken, Joint Operations Mission Commander of the Demo-2 mission, taking down some of those video feeds. We're still waiting for some of those milestones to pass before actually opening the hatch. The Dragon crew continuing to get themselves ready before opening the hatch. Chris Cassidy on the other side, just preparing some of the camera views, making sure everything's set there, done even a little bit ahead of time. We do have confirmation that there is a good data connection path between Dragon and the International Space Station. Some of those checks underway next. Coming up on 2 hours since docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Space Station on 3. The SSC's been rebooted. Any success?
Hey Chris, we see good connection between the SSC and the camera, and we're just performing the calibration now. We'll start recording shortly. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Dragon SpaceX, we have gone exterior with the cameras.
Dragon copy, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63. Continuing to get some of those cameras configured for hatch opening. Many milestones already passed after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, almost 2 hours ago at this point. At the time of docking, the International Space Station was on Russian thrusters. After contact and capture, was moved over to control moment gyro, stabilization and attitude control. Now back to its standard configuration of thrusters and control moment gyros. After an umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station was established, we did get confirmation of good power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Dragon now relying on station power. We did get confirmation of good data transmission. And of course, the teams here on the ground, both here in Houston and in Hawthorne, troubleshooting some of the communication to make sure that is ready to go prior to hatch opening. Pressurization between International Space Station and Dragon brought up to the same pressure, 14.7, the same we would find here on Earth. Leak checks are next to confirm the pressure is stabilized between the two vehicles. You see the hatch just on the other side of Chris Cassidy there. That's the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. There's two more hatches once you go down that hatchway. One is to the international docking adapter, and the other is the hatch of Dragon itself.
SpaceX Dragon with a couple of questions.
I am here and ready to copy.
Hey, Anna. We show about an hour and 11 minutes since we started drying the suits, just to let you know that. And then the other thing is we can put 4.400 section 2 in work if you think we have some time before we get the hatch open.
We copy. You are go to stop drying your suits and turn off that suit fan at this time. Let me get you words on that waste system flush.
Copy. We'll shut the suit fan off now.
In Dragon SpaceX, we are about a half hour prior to hatch open, so you are go to do that waste system flush if that sounds good to you at this time.
Okay, we may give it a few minutes. If it's going to be 30 minutes until hatch opening, we may want to use it just one more time. So yeah, we may hold off for another 10 minutes or so, but let us know if anything changes. Otherwise, we'll do it then.
Totally reasonable. Sounds like a good plan. Thanks.
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon 2 ground. We're still working comm issues. We're going to take down the big loop now. We'll maintain you on Dragon to ground. We'll call you when we have hardline back in place.
Stand by 1 second. Chris.
Dragon copies, Houston. Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, I was talking to Dragon.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I'm just looking ahead at the PAO event, and I know it says video through the node 2 and space to ground 2 up and down. It would only take me about 1 minute to change back over to the encoder and go do comm the normal way that we do PAO events, if that's something that's preferred. It really is super fast, and I can get you that way in that config real quick if you need it. Later.
Copy, Chris. Yeah, copy. Thanks for that. We'll offer it up, and I'll let you know if we want to go that way.
Copy. Obviously not urgent or important, just throwing it out there.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris, comm config.
Go ahead.
We just wanted to clarify from your last comments. We show it as being in the standard config, whereby you're going to be coming down over the camcorder HD mic, and we'll be going up over space to ground 2, and that's what we're intending. Did you maybe just? We might have missed your intent in your previous remarks. Is that what you had in mind?
No, I had, like we do all other PAO events, we talk, we hold the handheld microphone that is going through the clip-on mic transmitter to the clip-on, through the camera, and then the audio comes down through the encoder. That's how we typically do PAO events. So I could go back to that config if you need, super fast, or if you want to do it this way where we're talking on space to ground 2, that's fine too. I don't care. Just throwing it out there because it's different than we normally do PAO events.
Stand by.
And just to be clear, with the configure in now is the Node 2 camera is not connected to the encoder, as you probably know. So all I would do is just plug the cable back into the encoder and switch back over to the nominal Node 2 camcorder.
And Chris, that is clear. The camera needs to be plugged into the encoder. So what you're saying is what we need. We don't know where it got swapped up, but the camera should definitely be plugged into the encoder, and audio is coming down via that encoder.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just use it on the. I guess what I was thinking is going back to one without a battery and not be dependent on the battery, and going back over to the nominal cable, which includes power. I just get a little leery about relying on these batteries.
Copy. We have Photo TV online, so we're talking to them on the phone right now. Stand by one. Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Microphone and the free float camera both connected to the encoder. Does that clear it up?
Okay, copy all. You want the free float camera, and we'll use the handheld microphone through the ATU. Copy all. No problem. I think I'm not communicating. No pun intended. But I think we're in a good config now, and I won't swap over to the nominal Node 2 camera.
Down by, Chris. Station Houston 3, Chris. If you're still there, we think we still have it backwards. So I see you look. Yeah, I see in the video now. So we still have PAO on the line. Sorry for the confusion, but I think this much is clear. This morning, we moved cameras, we swapped the cameras that were connected to the encoder. What we want now, we're getting video from the free float camera through the encoder, so that's good. We're seeing it right now. What we need, just relaying here, is your lapel mic. That has to go through that new free float camera, so that your mic connects to the free float camera, and then that audio comes down through the encoder. Does that make sense?
That's the config it's in right now, and that's all perfect. The only benefit, I guess, I didn't initially make it clear, is if I switch back to the normal cable and the normal camera, we're not dependent on a battery power on the camera. I just am worried that throughout this whole event, we're gonna that all of a sudden the battery's gonna go out. I go back to the nominal.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Now report complete with 4.012.
The benefit to this free flow camera
Copy
is
complete
I
with
can take
4.012.
and make it all the way into the Dragon, which I don't think we could do with the other cable. So my thought was, after we do all of the ingress stuff and we switch gears to the PAO ceremony when we're standing right in front of the hatch, we could have actual power to the camera. But it's really no big deal. What I'll do is I have got a couple batteries on standby, and I'll just make sure there's a fresh battery right before we start that PAO event.
Okay, Chris, sorry it took so long, but I'm 100% with you, and copy 100% on the battery concern. The word we're getting here is we would like to run it in the config that it's in right now. We copy all on the battery config. Great idea to have a few spares nearby, but we think it's going to last throughout the whole event.
Okay, copy all.
And Station Houston on 3 for Chris. With that out of the way, you have a go when able for your 1615 activity. 1615, that's your go for steps 3 and 4 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival.
Okay, 1615 activity, inward.
Endeavor, Houston calling on hardline for a voice check. Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a voice check.
Loud and clear, how was?
Hey, Endeavor, Houston, we have you loud and clear on hardline. Great news.
Well, congrats. Sounds like we got it at least somewhat sorted out.
Affirmative, concur. We think we might have found interference between C2V2 and the hardline system, but we're going to keep it here for now and proceed down the timeline.
Never copies.
Houston on 3, hey, can you back me up on the PDT?
Will do, we're checking. Station Houston on 2. Chris, TPT is good. You're go to continue.
Copy, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the inside of the International Space Station. What you were hearing before were just some of the audio and video checks, just making sure that everything's synced up so that we get the best views and the best audio possible for when Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come through that hatch. We're working towards a hatch opening now. You can see Chris Cassidy down the pressurized mating adapter. That hatch will open up to the international docking adapter. On the other side is the Dragon hatch. Cassidy working through those procedures after pressure equalization was complete. Now expecting around the order of 10 to 15 minutes maybe until we finally get that hatch open. So we'll stand by, keep those views coming from the inside of the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard. This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the live view of the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The team here, Orbit 2 team, led by Flight Director Scoville, is working through the intricate process of making sure everything is ready to open the hatch and welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station. It's been a journey so far to get to this point. More than 2 hours ago, made contact and capture with the International Space Station was the Dragon vehicle, the Crew Dragon vehicle, with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard, 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Dragon FM, voice check. How do you read me? Counting. 1, 2, 1,
30-minute
1,
timer that
2,
you gave
2,
us a little
1,
bit
2,
earlier.
3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5.
Here, and then give you a go to come back on board.
In Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken in that previous call.
Houston Station, Space Ground 2, I don't hear Dragon.
I think you're being summoned by the Russian crew. In Dragon SpaceX, I was told to proceed with you. Can you please repeat your last?
Yeah, Anna, just wanted to double check with you to make sure you had copied our last and that we were still good on that estimated timer that you gave us for 30 minutes. It looks like we've got about 10 minutes left. So we'd like to pick up in section 2 of 4.400.
Checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Chris Cassidy opens the hatch to the International Docking Adapter, 11:37 a.m. Central Time. Station and Dragon flying together, 267 statute miles over the South Pacific. This is a view from the camera at the forward end of Dragon.
20 minutes until Dragon hatch open, and the APAS hatch was just opened.
Again, 11:37 a.m. Central. The hatch to the International Docking Adapter was open. You see Chris Cassidy there poking his head in. That's the camera at the forward end of the Dragon. Now only one hatch separating Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley from Chris Cassidy, who you're seeing here from those Dragon views. Expected time to open that hatch is about 20 minutes from now. We'll report that time to you and expect to do a welcome ceremony at 12:15 a.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. That'll welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station as part of the Expedition 63 crew. We'll get to hear some words from them and have some VIPs here in Mission Control Houston to provide words to the teams that oversaw the entire mission and the crew aboard the International Space Station.
Station Houston, we copy the hatch open, no condensation, thanks.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon to ground, how us?
A little choppy, how me?
You are loud and clear. We'll put section 2 of 4.400 in work.
We copy all. Thank you. And please give Anatoly a call on Big Loop.
Okay, we'll call Anatoly on the Big Loop, and I'd also like to report 2 bottles of water consumed from location 9, bag 204.
Location 9, bag 204, and to confirm that was for the waste system flush.
1 for the waste system.
Chris Cassidy removing that target from the APAS hatch docking interface.
Dragon, com check on the big loop for Anatoly from Endeavour.
Dragon FM, voice check. How do you read me? Counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125.
Anatoly, Endeavour has you loud and clear. How copy?
Copy, Houston. They have you loud and clear.
Good to hear your voice.
Dragon FM, how do you read me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. See you soon. Turning over to Houston.
And all players from Houston, that completes the comm checks. Thank you.
Copy.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Those comm checks within the International Space Station between the Dragon crew, Chris Cassidy, and on the other side of the International Space Station, the Russian segment, Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin completing those voice checks. You can see Cassidy continuing to outfit the hatch, just clearing the space and providing some padding and removing that docking target from the APAS hatch.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead and Dragon to ground.
So I copy that the waste system flush is in work and 2 more bags were consumed from location 9, bag 204, and that includes the water used for the waste system flush. Is that all correct?
From bag 204, one of which Bob is in the process of consuming, and the other will be for the waste flush. That is correct.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying. And secondly, do we have your permission to come back on board with video?
Negative. We're going to need about 2 minutes. We're just wrapping up ops here right now.
Copy. 2 more minutes. We will await your confirmation.
Thank you.
Still getting views from the infrared camera that's located right at the center of the Dragon hatch, looking at Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, outfitting that hatch, getting ready for Bob and Doug to arrive. You're hearing communications over Dragon to ground. That was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side of that hatch, inside the crew Dragon vehicle, finishing up their operations on the inside for that hatch opening, expected in about 10 to 15 minutes. Again, it's been a process to get to this point. Just about 2.5 hours ago, docking to the International Space Station was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the first commercial American vehicle to dock to the International Space Station with crew aboard. Again, we're expecting about 10 to 15 minutes to open up that hatch One more hatch separating Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley from the inside of the International Space Station, still looking at Cassidy doing some of the prep work for that hatch. We'll get some great views that Cassidy set up over the past few hours to capture this historic moment today. Be sure to stay tuned in at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll start a welcome ceremony officially welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station to join the Expedition 63 crew.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Anna, you're clear to come on board.
Copy. Clear to come on board, and thanks for your patience with the comm. We are in an orientation that's creating some blockage to receive your comm on Dragon to ground.
Yeah, we figured that was it. No problem. That's part of the deal.
Chris Cassidy giving a wave, eagerly awaiting Bob and Doug to come aboard. Just behind him, you see Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, Russian cosmonauts of Expedition 63, standing by. We'll be able to come aboard Dragon here in a sec, get some views from the crew Dragon. We're in a short handover of those communications from the International Space Station. Video and audio should be regaining them momentarily. Anatoly Ivanishin in the foreground there. Chris Cassidy continuing the prep work for opening up the hatch there. Again, the pressurized mating adapter hatch you see there in the foreground is open. The APAS hatch to the International Docking Adapter is open. Just one more, and that's the hatch of Dragon, the Crew Dragon vehicle.
Houston Station, space to ground 2. Station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Station Houston copies. Dragon call ready when you're able.
Houston, Dragon, go ahead.
And Dragon, Houston, just looking to confirm that you're ready for hatch equalization.
We are ready as long as SpaceX is ready.
Okay, Station and Endeavour, stand by for equalization. We're putting it in work. Expected equalization time, 4 minutes.
Station copies.
Endeavour copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to equalize the pressure of that last hatch. Behind that hatch is Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We are moments away from opening the hatch and welcoming them aboard the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, we are standing by for confirmation of the hatch opening between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. There's the hatch to the Crew Dragon. Seeing Doug Hurley through the glass on the other side. And there's Bob Behnken. Still equalizing that pressure between the Crew Dragon and International Space Station, just moments away.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. You are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in your procedure 4.400.
Dragon copies, go for hatch opening and remaining steps in 4.400.
And with that, the hatch is open. 12:02 p.m. Central Time, 1:02 p.m. Eastern. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley opened the hatch to the International Space Station after launching from American soil on a U.S. vehicle for the first time in 9 years, the first time ever for a commercially built spacecraft. If you're just tuning in, the hatches are open between Dragon and the International Space Station. International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy now talking with Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That hatch open at 12:02 p.m. Central, 1:02 p.m. Eastern.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. The hatch is open in 5.5, 4.400. How copy?
I copy. Hatch is open. Great to hear. Thanks.
And SpaceX Dragon in 5.9, we're going to exit out of 4.400 and transition to 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through the hatch opening.
I copy. With that, I understand you are complete with 4.400 and will follow along with you as you transition to the ISS procedure.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew of Demo-2 just performing a few closeout duties. The hatches are open. They were open 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We're moments away from the board Demo-2 to enter the International Space Station. It'll be the first time that Americans will enter the International Space Station on a rocket launched from U.S. soil, built by an American company. The first time ever Americans will enter from a commercially built spacecraft.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Chris. When you're able, we're just looking for a quick voice check on the mic.
Station Space Ground 2, go ahead.
Chris, we were hoping we could voice check the mic just before starting the PAO event.
Okay, copy that.
Houston Dragon on the big loop, and step 6.1 of 2.102 IMV duct installation is complete. Go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies, go for IMV fan activation, that's in work.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look.
Station Houston on two things. Chris, we did hear you over the PAO side of things. That was a good voice check. We might ask you for one more. And then for the Dragon crew, you also have a go for 6.3. That's opening the location 23 and checking for debris.
Dragon copies 6.3 in work.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look. On the left of your screen is a look inside the Crew Dragon on the Demo-2 mission. On the right, the International Space Station.
Houston,
Bob Behnken.
Dragon on the big loop. We are ready for 6.4 and section 4 of the LIO instructions.
And Station, we copy. Dragon crew, you are go at 6.4.
In work.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station, losing video communication from the International Space Station. It will only be momentary. We'll have those views back to see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley enter the International Space Station. When they do, it'll be the first time that humans will enter through this hatch for the first time in 9 years.
Dragon, so we had to I had to load the procedure from my iPad and hand it in to them, so that's what took a little longer.
We copy, Chris. Station Houston on 2 for Chris. When convenient, PAO requests an additional voice check through the mic. And Chris, we're not hearing you in MCC. We are apparently getting it through to PAO. Just stand by. Chris, PAO is working comm reconfig. I'll call you if we're ready for another check.
Houston and SpaceX Endeavor in 6.5 LIO cartridges sealed and installed.
SpaceX copies.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We wanted you to confirm that the mic is in channel 1. It needs to be in channel 1. A thought here is that it could have been bumped over to 2. And Chris, we see you trying. We're still not hearing you in MCC. We're working on it. And Chris, nothing in MCC. We see you trying. The word here is that as long as that is in channel 1, any problems past that point are on our end, so we're looking into it. We'll be right back to you. Station Houston, we're ready for another voice check through the mic. Station Houston, we have you loud and clear through the mic. Thank you.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop in 7.1.
SpaceX here.
Okay, Anna, in 7.1, it appears that the AVV inner Bravo is open, as well as the PPRV ISO valve.
I copy that AVV inner Bravo appears to be open, as well as PPRV ISO valve.
Go ahead and cycle them to close if you're good with that call.
Yes, we are good with that call and appreciate the status. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, hatches were open at 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We are moments away from Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley entering the International Space Station. Again, this is Mission Control Houston, moments away from Bob and Doug entering the International Space Station. Shortly after they enter, we will conduct a welcome ceremony. There will be VIPs here in Mission Control Houston, Ficker 1.
Looks like they're all closed visually now. We are in 8.3 for both SpaceX and Houston. Dragon arrival configuration is complete.
SpaceX copies. All valves appear closed visually now, and arrival configuration complete. Excellent to hear.
Houston copies. And with that, Endeavour, welcome to the International Space Station. Please come aboard.
Endeavour copies with pleasure. We'll be there in a second.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo-2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley.
And Station Houston, we see you, and it's a great-looking photograph. So thanks for that. Stand by one. We'll call you when we're ready for the event in the next few seconds. Got a whole bunch of very happy and grateful people making their way into MCC right now.
Demo-2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo-2 mission. We're standing by for a welcome ceremony. We'll have VIPs here in Mission Control Houston ready to greet the crew.
And Station, we're just about ready. Stand by. All right, Station, it's Houston on Space Ground 2. Confirm that you are ready for the event.
Houston, this station, we are ready for the event.
Copy that. And sir, Administrator Bridenstine, welcome to MCC. Please call Station for a voice check.
Station, this is the NASA Administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country, and in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and of course NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
Well, we have some VIPs with us here, and I'm sure they have some questions that they'd like to ask you, but I have one of my own before I turn it over. And I just wanted to find out if you guys got any sleep on your way up there the last, I'd say, I got 19 hours. Did you guys get any sleep?
Yeah, I think a lot of folks in Hawthorne were asking the same question, sir, but we did get probably a good 7 hours or so opportunity for sleep, and I did succeed at sleep, and Doug did as well. So the first night is always a little bit of a challenge, but the Dragon was a slick vehicle, and we had good airflow, and so we had a excellent evening, and just excited to be back in low Earth orbit again.
Amazing. Well, one of the people that is here with us today is Senator Ted Cruz, and of course he's a huge advocate of America's space program, and he's been somebody who has helped us so much as we transition from one administration to the next administration. And the reason missions like this can have success is because of continuity of purpose. And Senator Ted Cruz was a leader on a bill called the the NASA Transition Authorization Act. And because of that, we have had a lot of political support, and we're very grateful for his leadership. Senator Cruz, would you like to say a few words?
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. The eyes of the world are upon you, and everyone is proud of you. All of America is watching you, and today and yesterday represent big, big days. We're looking at a decade since we've had American astronauts launched on an American ship from American soil. And I can tell you, I sat with my wife and kids in our living room watching on TV yesterday, and I suspect we did what just about everyone watching did, including both of you, which is held our breath as it took off. And we're glad to see you've landed safely. We're glad to see you've docked. And so let me ask you, that Dragon is an amazing vehicle. How does she handle?
It flew just like it was supposed to. It was we had a couple opportunities to take it out for a spin, so to speak, once after we got into orbit last night, and again today about 20 minutes before we docked. And my compliments to the folks back at Hawthorne and SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course, with the new spacecraft, we do hope to put her through her paces, and so the good ship Endeavour is going to get a lot of checkout over the next week or two here, and hopefully we'll be able to declare her operational, and Doug and I will be able to take some burden off of Chris and his crewmates, Ivan and Anatoly, so that we can keep the space station operating at its peak possibilities. So we're looking forward to contributing any way that we can, and like I said, trying to keep space station as productive as possible.
As a country, we're in the midst of a tough week. We're seeing protests, we're seeing a lot of anger, we're seeing violence. And I have to say, this launch and y'all's docking is a powerful inspiration of what we can do when we come together, of the power of unity, the power of ingenuity. And so I guess the last question I would ask you is since you have the opportunity to address, in particular, all the young people in America, what would you tell them in terms of what we can do when we can come together?
You know, that's a great question. 9 years ago, just about exactly 9 years ago, we docked with Atlantis on STS-135, the last flight of the Space Shuttle program, a 30-year program. And folks at SpaceX, folks at NASA, the Commercial Crew Program put their heads together and worked diligently year after year, making sacrifices, working hard. And then 9 years later, American launch capability was restored, and this is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months to kind of inspire especially the young people in the United States to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. We have another very special guest here that represents the Johnson Space Center. And, of course, it's my good friend from the House of Representatives, Dr. Brian Babin. And I want to be clear, he also was a big part of the NASA Transition Authorization Act, which gave us the continuity of purpose to make this happen today. So, gentlemen, here is Dr. Brian Babin from the state of Texas.
Thank you. It's great to be with you guys. I was at the launch yesterday. I just want to say a huge congratulations. And, you know, there was a thunderstorm that blew in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so before liftoff. and it was in doubt there for a minute, but it was just an enormous achievement. I just want to say thank you for you guys. Really appreciate what you're doing for America, and the crew that's already been up there, Chris, and your two fellow Russians. To give you a great big thank you as well. I have a son who is a Navy SEAL, and I want to thank you for your service there too, Chris. And also, I would like to just see what I know you've said that the craft, the Dragon, handled very well, but I want to see how it compares with the space shuttle. If one of you would address that, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. It certainly has been a long endeavor for us and our namesake spacecraft. We're proud to have her on board the International Space Station after all that the teams around the country and across America have done to get us here today. As far as a comparison with the space shuttle, both Doug and I took a few minutes while we were accomplishing the approach and docking to, in our spare time, talk a little bit about it. We were surprised a little bit at how smooth things were off the pad. The space shuttle is a pretty rough ride heading into orbit with the solid rocket boosters. And our expectation was, as we continued with the flight into second stage, that things would basically get a lot smoother than the space shuttle did. But Dragon was huffing and puffing all the way into orbit, and we were definitely driving or riding a Dragon all the way up. And so it was not quite the same ride, the smooth ride, as the space shuttle was up to MECO. A little bit less G's, but a little bit more alive is probably the best way I would describe it. Anything else, Doug?
No? Sounds good.
Bob, what is MECO?
Sorry, I have to apologize for actually using the term MECO. It's a little bit confusing between the space shuttle and the Dragon vehicle. So it's a main engine cutoff is what MECO stands for. Those happened at different times in flight for the two vehicles. For the space shuttle, that was when you were all the way in orbit. For Dragon, that was just a little bit after 2 minutes. And then we had the single engine cutoff for second stage when we achieved orbit. So that time under the single engine, under Dragon, with one engine, was more of an experience than the shuttle was for that 6.5 minutes or so that we were under that second stage motor.
Well, I would just like to say, in fact, Doug, did you have something you wanted to add there? I met your mother and father yesterday, Doug, and great folks. They're very, very proud of their son.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hopefully they enjoyed the launch. I know for parents, it can probably be pretty nerve-wracking for them to experience a launch. This was their third, so I'm glad everything went okay, and hopefully it was a good show. We haven't obviously heard or seen any video yet, but we're looking forward to seeing the launch replayed sometime.
I can assure you that it was a great show. It was one of the treats of my lifetime, I would have to say, and many other folks that were sitting there looking all across the country and even the world. And I can tell you, as Senator Cruz said, we've gone through some really, really rough times over the last few days, and to have that successful launch. The public-private partnership between NASA and SpaceX, and you guys being so well-trained and having it go off without a hitch was a tremendous blessing for our country. And I can't tell you how many emails and communications I've gotten from people that who were so disturbed by what's been going on, transpiring around the country, to have the great news and the wonderful liftoff and everything going without a hitch. So I just want to say God bless both of you. Thank you so very much. Bless the rest of you folks up there as well. We thank our Russian partners. And Thank you, Chris. Y'all are all in our prayers, and we're looking forward to seeing you successfully complete your mission and back on safely on Earth. God bless.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, the show was in fact spectacular. The ratings on NASA TV beat everyone else. Not just some of them, it beat all of them, and that includes, yeah, just so everybody is aware, the whole world saw this. It trended #1 on Twitter. It was the #1 thing talked about on social media in general. This was an amazing moment, and it represents a transition in how we do space flight from the United States of America. NASA is not going to purchase, own, and operate rockets and capsules the way we used to. We're going to partner with commercial industry for access to low Earth orbit, and those partnerships are going to enable our providers to get customers that are not NASA and drive down our costs. And we're going to have numerous providers that are competing on cost and innovation and safety. And we're going to have more access to low Earth orbit than ever before. And this business model, now that it's been proven on commercial resupply of the International Space Station, now commercial crew to the International Space Station, this model is going to apply, and I know Senator Cruz has this near and dear to him, when we go to the moon. And of course, when we go to the moon, it's going to be done because of the great people here at the Johnson Space Center and so many other centers across the United States of America. But when we go to the moon, we're going to land on the surface of the moon with commercial landers. And of course, we're very proud of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program being managed right here out of the Johnson Space Center as well, so that we can take small payloads to the surface of the moon. And all of this is leading up to an amazing day where we have humans living and working for long periods of time on the surface of the moon, but doing it with a purpose. And that purpose, of course, is to go to Mars. Humanity is going to explore more and be able to go further than ever before because of the public-private partnerships. We all know that if the government is creating the demand and the government is creating the supply, we will always be limited. But when we have partners that are interested in exploring commercially and doing the things that are necessary, to get capital investment, then we're all going to end up better. So I want to just say the whole world saw this. This is a new era in human space flight, and we are so grateful for the service of not just our 2 astronauts that embarked on this mission, but the 100,000 plus people that participate in it, in this mission, everything from the suppliers to the main contractors, to the NASA team, the SpaceX team. What an amazing day for our country and, in fact, for the world. I'm going to turn it over for a second to my deputy, Jim Morehard, who's been a great deputy at NASA.
Gentlemen, congratulations. You know, Jim's mentioned going to the moon. And yesterday and today, one, you've inspired the Artemis generation, which is our next generation. And that's what this is about. It's really bringing the children that we've got and our grandchildren forward so they'll be the ones that are going into deep space. This is the dawn of a new era, and we just thank you for being at the beginning of it. Thank you so much.
It was absolutely our pleasure, but it's just a huge team effort across the board from SpaceX to NASA that made this all happen. We were just the lucky guys that got to fly the rocket yesterday.
I have a question for Chris Cassidy. Our crew here decided to be about 3 days late. You got to work them overtime, I presume, now to get them caught up on all the activities that they missed out on. Any plans for them?
Well, the day they missed out on was a good one for them to skip. It was Saturday house cleaning, but I took care of it for them. We'll catch up next weekend. But in all seriousness, we've got a few things to take care of tonight. Make sure we're all safe and we know the plan in case something bad happens. And then we're looking forward to some operational stuff later in the month. Maybe we'll get outside and do some spacewalks. And our efforts in these coming weeks will be in that effort. So we're all super excited to have 2 more crewmates to the Expedition 63 team.
Awesome. And of course, here in Houston, this is the home of the astronaut office, and the Johnson Space Center is led by Mark Geyer, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark for a few comments.
Thank you, Jim. Hey, it's great to see all of you there. Good to see you, Bob and Doug. I know we talked a few days ago. You look a little taller than I remember you. And but I also want to thank Anatoly and Iman and of course Chris for what you guys have been doing since you all arrived. And I know there's been a ton to do, and you've been really busy, and I appreciate that. So I also like this visual of our international partnership. We have had a tremendous partnership with Roscosmos, and we will continue to do so. But it is nice to see crew arrive from this side of the space station. So that was pretty cool after 9 years. I did have one question for Chris, though. What might you do to ensure that Bob and Doug stay longer? Do you have any strategy there?
Well, we'll slow down the rate of which I'm eating food, and maybe we can stretch out our consumables a little bit. But that's a great question. We'll have to come up with some conniving scheme here in the next few days.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Look forward to greeting the 3 of you eventually back in Ellington after your work is complete. Thank you.
And, of course, Mark Geyer has an amazing deputy, Vanessa Weish, if you'd like to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, guys. You look really good. I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing launch, and we love seeing the docking. You guys all look really good. Just thank you for all that you're doing, and we can't wait for you to return, but not too soon. Station wants you to get a lot of work done, so looking forward to all of that. But thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that.
All right, we also have with us Steve Jerzik, who is the Associate Administrator for the agency. For people who don't know what that is, that, of course, is the Chief Operating Officer of the agency. But he also ran the flight readiness review for this mission. He did really an amazing job, and I can't say enough about his leadership at the agency. Steve, if you'd like to say a few words, ask a few questions.
Hey guys, it is just great to see you all on the station. I can't tell you how my adrenaline shut down when you guys opened the hatch. I mean, I've just been on edge ever since yesterday, and the weather cleared. I can't tell you how great it's been to see you on station. It has been a team effort. I felt like the last 2 years I've kind of been part of the team, working through issues, and it's been a heck of a year and a half with Demo-1 and the in-flight abort test, and working through issues like parachutes and the escape system. And I just could not be more proud of the team for getting to this point. It's amazing, and you obviously have been part of that. I really appreciate you all showing up in Washington, D.C. at our reviews, and because the last thing we do at those reviews is look at you all, because you guys are the risk takers, and make sure you're okay with where we are and where we're headed. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your active participation in that. And I could not be more, like I said, more proud of the team, and congratulations. And it is awesome to see you guys on station.
Well, thank you, sir. We're just proud to be a part of the team that got to bring space flight back to the Florida coast. I appreciated the comment earlier that it was nice to see a vehicle come to the forward portion of the space station, but I'll tell you what, that's the only way Doug and I know how to do it. So thanks to the team for providing it to happen our way. We appreciate that.
Well, Bob and Doug, just so you're aware, I'm being given the wrap signal. Doug, did you have something to say before we wrap it up here?
Oh, no, sir. We're just happy to be here, and Chris is going to put us to work, and hopefully we will fit in and not mess too many things up.
I have no doubt that you guys are going to do amazing work. I just want you to know the president came to the launch and the vice president came to the launch. About half the cabinet was at the launch. We had members of Congress and members of the Senate from both sides of the aisle. And this was an amazing moment of unity for the nation. It was an amazing moment for the whole world to look up. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some other challenges, we were able to have this very, very special moment where we could all look at the future and say that things are going to be brighter tomorrow than they are today. And you and the NASA team and the SpaceX team gave us that opportunity, and for that we are so, so grateful. I would also be remiss as the NASA administrator if I didn't promote what comes next. And of course, this is the beginning. We are now launching to low Earth orbit again, but we will soon be going to the moon. We will be going to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work for long periods of time. Ultimately, we're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. And of course, this time when we go to the moon, we go with a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps that includes women, which is why we call the program Artemis, named after the twin sister of Apollo, and she, in Greek mythology, was the goddess of the moon. This is the beginning. There is so much more to come, and I'm glad that our representatives of the Johnson Space Center are here because we're going to be asking them to fund this project. And what an amazing day that you guys have given us. So thank you from not just me and the people here, but from the United States of America and people all around the world. I'm more popular on Twitter than I've ever been, and it's because of you guys. Thank you.
To the crew on the International
Thank you to all
Space
of you.
Station.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Chris, we ask that you just hold your position for a few minutes. There's, of course, a number of photos we'd like to take. And then a quick note for those down here in the room. To Senator Cruz, Congressman Babin, Administrator Bridenstine, Director Geyer, and all of our distinguished visitors, thank you for your participation in today's historic event, and thank you for the leadership that has enabled it.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous years of humans living and working on the International Space Station.
That concludes our coverage of the SpaceX Demo-2 mission in conjunction with NASA. On behalf of all the teams that participated in this mission, from Hawthorne to Houston to Mission Control to the Kennedy Space Center, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is NASA TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Johnson Space Center. My name is Bettina Nklan with NASA Communications. Thank you for joining us for this post-docking news briefing of the NASA SpaceX Demo-2 mission. Just moments ago, astronauts Bob Behnken and Douglas Hurley arrived at the International Space Station aboard the Crew Dragon. Today we'll hear more from NASA leadership to tell us more about the mission in the last 24 hours. With us today is NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, Mark Geyer, JSC Director, the Director of the Johnson Space Center, Steve Sitch, the Program Director of the Commercial Crew Program, Kenny Todd from ISS, the International Space Station Program Director, Deputy Program Director, and Shel Lindgren, NASA astronaut. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today. We're going to start with opening remarks, and then we'll go to questions from reporters. So first up is our NASA Administrator, James Bridenstine.
Thank you, Bettina. I just want to say congratulations to the NASA team and to the SpaceX team, and really congratulations to the United States of America. This has been an amazing 2 days. We're still at the beginning. We have a mission in front of us, and of course we need to make sure that we bring Bob and Doug home safely. But when we think about launching American astronauts for the first time on a brand new rocket, this has been done 4 times in the history of the United States. Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Space Shuttle, and now Crew Dragon. So it's actually 5 times now. And this has gone as well as we could have expected it to go. So I just want to say a big congratulations to NASA. Big congratulations to SpaceX, and we're going to continue to work day in and day out until Bob and Doug are home safely. So with that, Bettina, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mark Geyer, the Director of the Johnson Space Center.
Thanks, Bettina. So it's great to be here today. Thank you for joining us. It was a tremendous day in Mission Control as we watched the Dragon approach and then dock and the hatch open and have Bob and Doug come forward into the space station. You know, we've been launching with our Russian partners for so many years, so it was nice to see astronauts actually enter from the U.S. side of the space station. Great to see Bob and Doug on orbit. For the Johnson Space Center, it's a big moment. Of course, we have the astronauts, we have Mission Control, and we also think of ourselves as the spacecraft experts for human spaceflight. So it was great to see this particular mission executed so well. We look forward for a great continuation of the mission. Thank you, Bettina.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Steve Sitch, the Deputy Director of the Commercial Crew Program.
Good afternoon. It's certainly a very exciting day to be here for Commercial Crew. It was just phenomenal, and today to dock to the space station, many of us in the program have been working on this for many, many, many years. I can't tell you how many people across NASA, SpaceX, and across the whole country putting in tireless hours, missing time with their families, hard work and dedication to make today happen. But we're just thrilled. Docking happened just a little bit before 9:30 Central Time this morning. We got the hatches opened at 12:02. Really what's been happening since launch over the last 24 hours has been a series of rendezvous burns to raise the orbit and then get into this approach phase today. Today went really well. We're learning a lot about the vehicle, you know, how to manage it thermally, watching the life support systems for the first timers. Certainly different than Demo-1 where it was an uncrewed flight. Those life support systems are doing well. The crew got in the suits again today for the rendezvous timeline. That went well. So really Dragon's performing extremely well. Just kind of the next few hours and into, you know, the crew now is joined as part of the space station crew. There's a safety brief going on today. They'll go to sleep here around 4:30 this afternoon. And then they join the station complement of crew to execute what we need on station. So it's kind of this hybrid mission still. We'll have some other objectives while we're docked to demonstrate other capabilities of Dragon. It serves as a lifeboat. We'll practice some of that in the next couple days. And we'll do some other tests just to verify all the Dragon systems. But again, we're really excited. We're going to continue to look at all the data great mission so far, but we've got to continue to be vigilant and look at all the data while we're docked. I'll turn it back over to you, Bettina.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kenny Todd, the ISS Deputy Program Manager.
Well, thank you, Bettina, and it's great to be here. What an incredible 24 hours for human space flight. You don't have to be just American if you're just a fan of human space flight and going beyond the levels of what we understand to discover. You can't help but be excited about what's happened the last 24 hours. It was very, very cool to be a part of it from an International Space Station program standpoint. We don't think it could have gone any better this morning. The station certainly was a good, stable platform, and the Commercial Crew Program and the SpaceX team delivered us an absolutely beautiful spacecraft, and we're happy to have it on board the space station. And equally as glad to have Bob and Doug on board. Right now, Chris Cassidy was a little lonely up there, being the only person on the USOS, so having two friends up there, we will do our best to keep the three of them busy, and in concert with working with Steve and the Commercial Crew Program and the SpaceX team to learn as much as we can about the Dragon. And as others have stated, this is a test flight. What's really important for the International Space Station program is really the next mission of the Dragon, which is the Crew 1 mission, which is set up to be a long duration flight. So what we want to do is learn as much as we can, as quick as we can about this vehicle, keep Bob and Doug busy doing work on that Dragon and on the space station, and when the time's right, get them back home safely, and then start looking towards getting the Crew 1 mission on board. So anyway, over the next few weeks, couple of months, whatever it turns out to be, but certainly it's off to a great start. Thank you, Bettina.
Thank you, Kenny. And next we'll hear from Shel Lindgren, NASA astronaut.
Thank you, Bettina. What an incredible privilege to be a part of this phenomenal team, this NASA SpaceX partnership, and to be a part of this historic past 24 hours, to see that launch, to see the vehicle dock with the International. Incredibly happy for Bob and Doug, for NASA, for SpaceX, and for America. For the past year and a half, I've had the opportunity to train as the backup for this mission, to work with Bob and Doug, with SpaceX, and with NASA. And it was just so cool to get to see all that training, those procedures, the simulations, all kind of culminate in it happening real time. And so incredibly excited to see Bob and Doug get to work now as they do the space station's mission, and then return safely home. I know that my colleagues and friends in the astronaut office are incredibly excited too. This mission represents the opportunity to launch from U.S. soil in the future, and we're excited about that mission and excited to have the opportunity to fly in the future on this and our other partner spacecraft.
Thank you, Shel. If you would like to ask a question, you would please press *1 and you'll be part of the queue. We'll try to get to as many questions as possible. As usual, we're going to ask for one question per reporter to give all the media as many opportunities as possible to ask their questions. And please direct your question to the person that you want it to get answered. So we'll start with our first question, Corinne.
Hi, everyone. Congrats on a successful docking. Jim, this question is for you. As Bob and Doug slept last night, the situation on the ground in the United States escalated. And you said before that this mission is meant to bring people together and unite America. Unfortunately, it's clear that a space mission, even one as historic as this one is, can't do that, not in 1969 and not in 2020. So I'm wondering, do you think that the message here should change in any way? How can we celebrate American space exploration while also recognizing what Americans are going through at home?
Yeah, so I think I'll just speak from the heart. I think our country is going through some real challenges right now, and that's true when you look at the unrest and when you look at the coronavirus pandemic. Times are really tough, but we've been through tough, and even in those tough times, the United States of America has an amazing ability to accomplish astonishingly impressive achievements. And that's what this was. And I will say that I think, You know, there was a moment of time yesterday when these two astronauts launched, and we thought about what the future could be and how much brighter it could be than it is right now at this moment. And NASA has a history of doing these astonishing things in tough times. It requires leadership, and we've been able to achieve it. Even in the coronavirus pandemic, we made sure that we protected this mission. This was the highest priority for the United States of America, or for at least for NASA. We were launching American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and our objective was to get that done. And so we moved very quickly. When the coronavirus pandemic first broke out, we moved very quickly to move to stage 3 and then to stage 4, make sure everybody was working from home. But we protected this mission. We protected Mars Perseverance mission. We named it Perseverance intentionally because we need to persevere right now. The Mars Perseverance mission is going to launch in July. But yes, these are very unifying things. When we talk about human space exploration, it has strong bipartisan support. When we talk about in general and the science and discovery that comes from it, which is what we're going to get from the Mars Perseverance mission, these are unifying kind of things. Republicans and Democrats, and even internationally, we get support for these kind of activities. So I do think that this was a moment in time for people to reflect on what is great about exploration, what is great about the United States of America, and what we can achieve when we work together.
Thank you, Jim. Our next question comes from Stephen Clark.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. My question is probably for Steve Stitch. Looking ahead over the next few weeks, I know you'll be looking at some data on the solar arrays to determine how long this mission can remain in orbit. Do you have any idea how long that will take, when that assessment might occur? Do you have some sort of idea whether it's days or weeks as you monitor the solar array performance? And if I could also quickly, what are the differences between this spacecraft on Demo-2 and the Crew Dragon that'll fly Crew 1? I know there are some differences, so can you sort of describe a few of those? Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Stephen. To address your first question, how long is the mission going to be? We've certified the systems on this Dragon vehicle to be able to last about 120 days. So that's the capability, and that is driven by the solar arrays. They slowly degrade over time. We'll start watching those. We'll power up the spacecraft about once a week, and we'll get some data on those solar arrays. So it'll probably take a few weeks to get trending on that to see, hey, is that 120 days about right? Today, the Dragon is extremely healthy. There's really no major problems, so it should be able to stay for a longer period of time. But not only are we looking at this particular vehicle, we're also looking ahead to Crew 1. As Kenny said, that's an important mission for us. It has 4 crew. It really is what Commercial Crew is about, having a vehicle ready to do these increment missions. So that we'll look at that readiness of that vehicle. Right now it's targeting toward being launch ready at the end of August timeframe. And so we'll just kind of continue to look at this vehicle. Is it performing well? We'll look at the readiness of that vehicle. And then, you know, in a month or so, we'll be able to make a decision as to how long to keep this vehicle in orbit. The second question was, what's different between this version of Dragon and the Crew 1 vehicle, which is the next Dragon? They are very similar in terms of their systems, the life support, the GNC. The Crew 1 vehicle can land in a little bit higher wind state. The SpaceX has changed some of the outer composite panels to make that a little stronger. It can land in higher winds. It also has the capability to dock not only to the forward port of the space station, but it can go to the zenith port as well. So it has that capability, and it has a couple of other features. But largely it's the same vehicle, and it's set up for 4 crew, and then can dock at either port, and then a little bit better capability relative to landing in higher winds, I would characterize as the big differences.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Stephen Cowan.
Did you mean Keith Cowan?
Oh, sorry, the operator put Stephen Cowan. Keith, happy you can join us. Your question, please.
That was my evil twin. For Mr. Bridenstine, I've been watching a lot of TV lately with a lot of split screens. NASA on one side, riots on the other, and it reminds me of 1968 when I was a kid watching the Apollo missions. You say that the Demo-2 coverage topped everything, yet these heat charts that you were showing on TV yesterday seem to suggest that the only interest that you're seeing is from the states where the Dragon was built and flown, California, Texas, and Florida. Can you provide some more detailed stats to back up your claims? But moreover, and I know this has been asked many times, how do you convince the millions of angry and upset people who were not watching TV, they were out in the streets with their phones and wearing gas masks, that two guys in a spaceship is more important than the problems that, in quotes, we have here back on Earth, which was the line that was used back in 1968. There doesn't seem to be a connection between what NASA is doing and this subset of the population who is looking for answers.
Yeah, look, I think what NASA does is astonishing. It's impressive, and it does bring people together. If the expectation was that things on the ground were going to change because we launched a rocket, I think maybe the expectation might have been a little high. But I will tell you that Bettina, do you have the numbers on how many people watched on NASA TV?
So we're still collecting the data, but some of our metrics is saying is peak viewership for the May 30th joint NASA SpaceX launch broadcast across all of our platforms was at least 10.3 million concurrent viewers, the most watched event we've ever tracked.
Yeah. So I think it is impressive, and I think a lot of people saw it. I think the whole world saw it, and we're very proud of that. And I just want to make sure that we can continue to congratulate the SpaceX team and the NASA team for doing amazing work, even in the midst of tough times.
Yeah. And I will say those numbers are only for the NASA SpaceX. That doesn't count broadcast and other agencies and news outlets that we're talking and promoting our this incredible achievement for humanity. So we'll go to our next question. Marcia Dunn.
Talk with Elon Musk since stalking, and if so, if you've heard from him and how he's dealing with all the good news today. Thank you.
Marcia, can you repeat your question? We think we missed the first half of it. And if anyone has other questions, please press *1 to be added to the queue. But Marcia, if you could please repeat your question.
Yes, for Mr. Bridenstine, I'm wondering if you've had a chance to touch base with Elon Musk since the docking, and if so, what he's saying about it. Thank you.
I have not. Since the docking occurred a few hours ago, I've not had the opportunity to speak with Elon Musk, but that will be coming up, I would assume, in a few hours.
And I can just say from the whole SpaceX team, I've talked to a lot of their leadership. They're just ecstatic. Their mission directors are extremely happy. Their engineers, the lead of the Dragon production, his vehicle did it outstanding in these first 24 hours of the mission. So, when you talk to the SpaceX employees, they're very proud of what they've done. They've worked very hard, and they're excited to have this phase behind them.
So if there's any other questions, right now we've gone through most of our questions. I guess we've done so many great media events throughout the last few days. I know we've tried to give as many access to reporters. If anyone has a question, you could please press *1 to be added to the queue. In the meantime, we'll say, I know the administrator, we've gotten a lot of questions like what's happening with the astronauts. We heard them just recently, thankfully, through the downlink that you spoke to them on Mission Control. Any thoughts on that, or Guy, or anyone that's joining us on the panel, of what the astronauts are doing now, what's going on in the next few weeks, and what's going to happen now that they're part of the ISS team?
Mark?
Yeah, maybe I could speak to that. It was great to see them all together. I know Chris was looking forward to having help. So yeah, there's a great video of them together. I think the key part now is, as Steve said, the vehicle is there, the crew's on board. That was the main thing. Let's make sure Dragon and the mission is going well. And Kenny can speak to this. There are some options for Bob and Doug, some actions for them to help Chris while they're there. And that will be part of the assessment, as well as making sure, though, that we have a landing plan, since this is the first flight, right. That we have a safe and fairly straightforward landing plan for Bob and Doug, and that's what the team will be fleshing out in the next few weeks.
And I can talk a little bit about a few of the major objectives for us still remaining, other than characterizing the vehicle. We have a test, I believe it's going to be planned for sometime next week, where we're going to get 4 crew members in Dragon just to see how that works from a habitability perspective while we're on orbit. Operating in 0G is a little different than on the ground, so we'll do that. We've got a test plan. There's a mode of Dragon where you can actually go into it if station were to have a problem temporarily. You can transition into Dragon and stay there for a period of time for 24 hours as what we call a safe haven. We're going to test that out here in the next week. We'll do some tests of some of the other emergency systems on Dragon and other cruise systems. So we have a few of those things planned over the next week to get some of our test objectives done. Again, for us, it's still a test flight. And then I think I'll hand it over to Kenny, and he can talk about some of the activities stations planning over the next few weeks.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, we are now starting to integrate the plan between what we need to do for the Dragon crew vehicle, what kind of things we need to learn, the test objectives that are specific to the commercial crew program and the SpaceX team that'll help them again get a little step closer to being able to support the Crew 1 mission needs. But in addition to that, we have a couple of spacewalkers on who have an incredible amount of experience being outside station. And so we are blessed at this point with a whole new set of lithium-ion batteries that just arrived on the HTV vehicle. And so that's going to take somewhere on the order of 4 to 5 EVAs to install those. And so at this point, we are looking at all options that could allow us to do those EVAs while we have Bob and Doug on board and get those lithium-ion batteries installed in their permanent home. Certainly, they're fine where they're at, but I do worry. This is fairly expensive hardware. The batteries that are currently installed on station on S6 are the last set of batteries that we need to replace with these new lithium-ion batteries. Those batteries are in good shape at this point, but the fact of the matter is we have the new batteries up there. When the HTV goes away, we're basically going to have to temp stow these new batteries, and it would be in our best interest to go ahead and have those batteries installed and have that work behind us and not have these assets basically in this temporary holding pattern, if you will. So that's something we're going to be looking at as we start to put the requirements together for what we need to do with the commercial crew program, as well as what we need to do with these batteries and some of the other things on station. But in addition to that, anytime we have more than a single crew member on board, we're in a much better position when it comes to dealing with any kind of issues, failures that might come up. So again, that's part of the balance, the risk balance that we have to strike in terms of trying to look at what we want to try to accomplish on this mission versus trying to get these guys safely home sooner rather than later, and again start working towards the Crew 1 mission.
And I would just add from a crew perspective that I know that Bob and Doug are just excited to be on low Earth orbit, successfully docked to the space station, and I think at this point they can breathe a sigh of relief. You know, launch, of course, is an incredibly dynamic phase of flight. Meeting all of the manual flying objectives, having the opportunity to fly a spaceship in low Earth orbit, both away from the station and then closer to the station, to demonstrate that capability, and then to have a successful docking and to come through that hatch, that at this point they can relax a little bit and enjoy being on the International Space Station, having that opportunity to look out the window, to see the Earth below, to float, to maybe have a meal with the crew that's on board that they just joined. I know they're doing a safety brief right now, and I recall doing that, meeting up with Scott Kelly and the rest of the crew members that were on board during my expedition, and going through all of the emergency equipment, kind of being shown, hey, this is where the toilet is, this is where you're staying, this is where the food is, kind of crossing off all of those important items. And then and then having that opportunity to just get used to floating in space, being in that weightless environment. And Bob and Doug, of course, are veteran space flyers, so that readaptation process will happen very quickly. But I know that they're enjoying being in low Earth orbit and looking forward to the work ahead. But at this point, kind of reflecting on the incredible experience, the incredible past 24 hours, and the team at NASA, at SpaceX, their family and friends that really helped them get up there.
Thank you so much. I know, Mr. You were talking earlier about what's next with the program. Anything to add on that?
Obviously, we've had a big agenda to commercialize low Earth orbit. That's underway. Certainly, we are launching American astronauts commercially. We need SpaceX to go get customers that are not NASA. We've already seen evidence of that, which is a very positive thing for the agency because it's going to drive down our costs in the long run. We need to get another commercial partner on board. Boeing is working towards that, that objective with NASA, and I think that we're going to have success there within the next year. We think about really why are we doing these commercial public-private partnerships? Well, we're doing it because we're changing the business model. If the government is providing all of the demand for human spaceflight, and then the government is providing all of the supply for human spaceflight, we will always be limited by budgets. And many times those budgets are whimsical based on the desires of the politicians that happen to be in those roles at the time. So if we want to have a sustainable long-term exploration campaign that includes not just government money but also private money, we have to build these partnerships, and we're doing it. It's proving to be successful. Costs are coming down, access is going up, and we don't want to just stay in low Earth orbit. We want to go to the moon and onto Mars. That's going to require more investment. And of course, as we commercialize low Earth orbit, more resources will be available for the moon program. We call it Artemis, and eventually Mars. And so that's really the future that we're looking towards. We need to be focused on how we use the International Space Station for a commercialization effort so that private capital will flow in, again, with public-private partnerships to the point where not just experiments are privately funded, but also space stations themselves are privately funded. And of course, the Johnson Space Center here, where we are right now, is going to be a leader in that effort. And of course, when we go to the moon, we want to be able to stay. And in order to achieve that, we need commercial partners on the surface of the moon. And to that end, the president recently signed an executive order saying that the resources that are extracted from the moon are available to the people who extract those resources. And that follows many, many years of law and precedent as it relates to international waters. Resources extracted from international waters belong to the individuals who extract those resources. And that should apply to the moon and other celestial bodies as well. To be clear, the United States of America will always, always, always follow the Outer Space Treaty. And the moon and other celestial bodies cannot be appropriated for national sovereignty, just like the ocean cannot be appropriated for national sovereignty. Although some nations don't follow that, that is the international law. And so we want to apply American values as we go forward. To do that, the Artemis program, we have established what we call the Artemis Accords, which establishes how we expect nations to behave in space for the sustainability of exploration, standards of behavior that make sure that not just this generation, but many generations that come after us will be able to continue exploring space and going further and be able to go further than ever before. So today it's about low Earth orbit. Tomorrow it's about the moon. And of course, we want to stay at the moon for long periods of time. We want to learn how to live and work on the moon. We want to go with commercial partners, international partners, and use the resources of the moon to live and work for long periods of time, and then apply that architecture, apply that learning at Mars as well. So the vision is big. NASA's budget today is as high as it's ever been in nominal dollars. Maybe not in real dollars if we go back to Apollo, but maybe we can get there soon too. The budget request for 2021 is $25.2 billion, which is a $3 billion increase in 1 year. And so our budgets are going up. They're going up rapidly. My job is to make sure that we have the bipartisan, apolitical support to achieve these objectives. And so far, we have been able to do that. But going to the moon and on to Mars is going to be a tough challenge. And we don't want to go alone. We want to go with international partners, and we want to go with commercial partners. And that's really what the Artemis program is laying the foundation for. And really, it's in fact what the commercial program has already begun laying the foundation for. So the agenda is big, and our ambitions are big, but certainly this nation can lead. And we want to lead in space. We want to build a coalition that can work together to achieve these stunning achievements. We've started that with the International Space Station, but there's a lot of room for more. We've got 15 countries that operate the ISS, and there's a lot more countries that want to join us, and certainly we want them to be a part of it as well. So the future is very bright.
Great. We have a next question from Mike Wallace, and if you want to ask a question, you can press *1. Mike Wallace?
Hi there, Mike Wallace, Space.com. Thank you, guys. Yeah, this is a very exciting day. I just want to say congratulations to everybody. I was just wondering, Kenny, this is probably for Kenny. Like, have you heard anything from the international partners kind of based on this milestone? And what are their thoughts about having another private spaceship coming up to the space station, and how it could that kind of theoretically be used by the international partners on the space station? Thank you.
You bet, Mike, and that's a great question. I've heard from all of our international partner contacts this morning. As you know, most of the partners are represented here in Houston. They have liaisons here, which again helps to facilitate our communication back and forth on a day-to-day basis. But they've been part of this entire effort that led to the mission that we've all experienced over the last 24 hours. And to a partner, they have been nothing but supportive. And after the docking today, again, I heard from every one of those partners, all of them basically cheering us on and talking about the historic nature of not just yesterday, but the entire time period that led up to the docking today. So I think they all felt like they were part of something. There was something big and something grand and something that really was a next step, which, as the administrator said, we're trying to do the next steps with partners, and be they commercial or international, and the set of partners that we work with on the International Space Station applaud these kind of efforts like what we're doing, and are very supportive, and we're certainly working with them as part of our coalition of partners to identify opportunities for them to fly on these vehicles as well. So yes, again, we're just going to move forward from here, and the partnership's going with us, and they're going to be part of this effort to continue flying these commercial vehicles to station.
Thank you. I have a question that came in from Joey Roulette. His question is NASA still in negotiations to fly a Russian cosmonaut on Crew Dragon, and when do you expect to lock down a deal?
Well, the answer is yes. Those are discussions that we're continuing to have within the international partnership. As you know, up to this point, we have been purchasing seats from our Russian colleagues flying on their Russian Soyuz vehicles. But certainly we are working in a direction to come up with a different arrangement, if you will, that will allow us to fly on each other's vehicles, and therefore ensure that at any given time that we have somebody that's represented on the Russian segment as well as somebody that's on the USOS segment, regardless of the vehicle that's carrying people to station. So those are active, ongoing discussions. I anticipate, those discussions are going to continue to progress forward, especially as we continue to see more successes with these missions with Steve, Kathy, and the Commercial Crew Program. So absolutely, those are active discussions, and again, we'll continue to head in that direction.
Great. Our next question is from Marina Corin. Marina?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Question about Doug. After he entered the space station, we saw him dabbing at his forehead, and then someone got him a tissue. Poor guy looked like he hit his head on the way out. Is that what happened? Did he start bleeding, and is he okay?
Yeah, I can take that one. I mean, yeah, Doug did, as he was coming through, he bumped his head. Chell could probably talk to this. It happens sometimes while you're on station. He's fine. He looked great in the press conference. It just is one of those things. I think Chell talked about adapting, right, as you get your space legs underneath you. He was in a relatively small vehicle for the first 19 hours or so. Then he went into a big vehicle, and he bumped his head a little bit, but he's doing fine.
And I haven't had a chance to chat with Doug yet, of course, but I can tell you that for those of us, especially first-time flyers, it takes, I think, a good 4 to 6 weeks to really adapt to that weightless environment. And as the veteran crew on board, when you have new folks coming aboard, and I know for myself that as I translated through those long modules for the first time, I would leave cameras and equipment, be knocking those off of the wall. And so it definitely takes a little bit of time to get your space legs. I know Bob and Doug will transition very quickly, but it was awesome to see them coming through that forward hatch. We haven't seen that for many years, and we're looking forward to many more crews coming through that forward and the overhead hatch as well.
Thank you. We'll do our last question from Marcia Dunn.
Yes, hi, either for Steve or Kenny. When do you anticipate deciding whether to proceed with the spacewalks, and how quickly could you start kicking them off? Would this be June, do you think, or would you wait till July? Thanks a lot.
Hi, Marcia. We're still having those discussions. If we head down this path, it's most likely going to be towards the end of June. We had considered doing some upfront work ahead of this mission to start laying the groundwork for that, but decided against that, just to make sure that we got the crew on orbit, and that way we weren't in this constant sort of replan in case we were having technical issues or weather issues and so forth. So we made the decision that we would wait till the crew got on board and then start to lay some of these upfront items in the plan. So we've got about another week and a half, and then you'll start to see some build up. And again, you won't see it, but there will be things that'll start to happen in the direction of preparing for some EVAs that'll kick off around the end of June. I would tell you at this point, I would call that very preliminary planning, just because, again, we need to work with Steve and the rest of the agency leadership and make sure that we're well calibrated on how we want to approach the next few weeks with this Dragon on board, and making sure that we're learning everything that we can, and that we've got all the right priorities in place. But in order for us to do some EVAs, we've probably got about a week and a half, and then we'll need to start that ramp up in order to get out the hatch by about the end of June. And if we do head in that direction, we'll probably go on 6-day centers, with the exception of the middle of July timeframe, where we've got a high beta period, where the sun angle on the station, really it's just because of the power issues that we have in those time frames, we probably would steer clear of trying to do an EVA in that time frame. But anyway, that's the general thinking. I would call it more at the 10,000 foot level at this point, as opposed to the 200 foot level, but hopefully that helps.
Thank you so much. We're going to close it out with closing remarks from our administrator.
Well, thank you, Bettina. I just want to again congratulate the NASA team and congratulate the SpaceX team. This has been a long time in the making, and I think it's been really astonishing to see how it came together. NASA set what the requirements were, and those requirements were based on payload and based on safety, and then our commercial partners innovated. And we got very unique solutions, one from SpaceX and one from Boeing. And as of right now, the SpaceX solution is attached to the International Space Station, and We will be working day in and day out to make sure that it comes home safely with our astronauts. And we will continue working with Boeing to make sure that they are successful as well, because they have had significant milestones that are impressive, and we need to get them across the finish line. So I just want to say congratulations to the Commercial Crew Program. Steve Stitch, you and your team, and Kathy Leaders have done just amazing work, and we are so grateful to you, and we're grateful to the SpaceX team as well. And here we go. We're back. We're launching America. So thank you for everybody who paid attention to this really, I think, monumental achievement, and we've got more to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. It concludes our press conference. Have a great day.